Now we turn to this developing situation between Israel and Iran. According to various media reports, the two sides have declared a ceasefire, including Al Jazeera and Al Arabiya. But we're still getting mixed information, and this information came from US President Donald Trump, announcing a complete and total ceasefire between Israel and Iran would take effect in the coming hours. At the same time, the Israeli military says the fourth wave of missiles was launched from Iran towards Israel. Jim Spellman has more details from Washington.
His Truth Social platform, U.S. President Donald Trump wrote this, quote, "It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended." Trump seems to also imply that Iran will stop its attacks first for 12 hours, and then Israel will stop its attacks for 12 hours, still awaiting details on how exactly this proposed ceasefire would work. Trump brands the conflict the 12-day war and wrote, quote, "This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will." Trump's announcement comes just hours after Iran launched an attack targeting the Al Udeid air base outside Doha, the forward headquarters for U.S. Central Command. No reports of injuries there at this point. Iran's military says the missile strikes were in retaliation for the U.S. attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend, and that the number of missiles used matched the number of bombs the U.S. used in the attacks over the weekend, and notes that the base targeted is far from urban infrastructure and residential areas and posed no threat to Qatar. The attack was seen in Washington as a way for Iran to respond without escalating the conflict, and Trump indicated earlier Monday that the U.S. wouldn't retaliate, setting the stage for Trump's ceasefire. In an interview Monday evening, Vice President Vance says the U.S. believes Iran is now incapable of building a nuclear weapon after the U.S. attacks over the weekend.
And now let's go to Shahrukh Saeed, a reporter with Tehran Times. Welcome to the show, Mr. Saeed. Well, first of all, there's been some confusion as to whether Iran and Israel have actually reached any agreement on pausing the fighting. What's the latest you've got?
Thank you for inviting me. U.S. President Donald Trump has become a liar. He keeps telling lies. 2 days ago, he said he would decide in 2 weeks whether he wants to attack Iran. And before Israel attacked Iran, President Donald Trump administration was engaged in talks with Iran. So President Trump currently is spreading falsehood, and he wants to use the ceasefire and negotiations as a pretext to pave the way for Israel's attacks on Iran, and he keeps supporting Israel. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said clearly that if Israel stops its aggression, if the United States stops its aggression, Iran will also stop attacking Israel. So the ball is in the court of the United States and Israel. If they want Iran to stop its attacks, they should stop their acts of aggression.
Mr. Saeed, could you help us clarify this situation? Because we got loads of mixed information going around on the internet, going around in the global information flow. So from your perspective, from where you are in Iran, the country hasn't negotiated or reached a ceasefire with Israel in any form. And if we can look beyond this moment a little bit, is seeking a ceasefire at least a channel for Iran to work with in the near future?
Iranian officials, including Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, has said Iran is open to talks. But Iranian officials have stressed that if the United States wants to continue in direct talks with Iran, first, Israel should stop its attacks on Iran. Iran is willing to continue in direct talks with the United States over its nuclear program. And even Iran has been engaging in direct talks with Italy, France, Britain, and Germany. So as I told you, now the United States should decide whether it wants peace or not. If the United States wants peace with Iran, it should put pressure on Israel to stop its attacks. Because since Israel started its attacks on Iran, the region has been in chaos. And if the United States continues to support Israel, it would amount to a perilous escalation. So in order to de-escalate, the United States should make the final decision and stops Israel. The United States should exert pressure on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to stop its campaign of aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharok Saeed. Yes, yes, Tony.
Yeah, Mr. Saeed, I've got an additional question to ask him. I need to know, I need to understand, because it's a precious chance to talk to somebody in Iran. I need to know the general sentiment and mood of the people against all the latest round of attacks between Israel and Iran, and also the latest developments in general on the ground. What's going on the ground of Iran, and what's people's sentiment there?
So, you know, the question that you raised should be addressed in the context of the war goals of Israel and the United States. Israel launched war on Iran and started attacking Iran. First, it targeted Iranian nuclear facilities, Iranian military commanders, Iranian military sites, and then increased attacks on residential areas in Iran. What was the main goal of Israel? Israel wanted to hit residential buildings in order to encourage people to take to the streets and rise up. And Israel wanted to pit Iranian people against the government. After Israel failed to achieve its goals, the United States attacked Iran. But historically, Iranians have shown remarkable resilience in the face of crisis. Israel and the United States wanted to create chaos in Iran, wanted people to rise up against the government, but they failed to create divisions in the country. And instead, Iranians have become more united. Iranians have boosted their determination to maintain their independence against any aggression. Nowadays, when I talk to people in Iran, all of them want the government to give a crushing response to Israel and the United States, because Israel and the United States have violated Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Iranian people and the Iranian government have joined hands to ensure that no foreign country will be able to once again attack Iran. Iranians do support their governments, and Iranians are ready to make sacrifices to defend their country, their sovereignty and territorial integrity.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Saeed. Well, to help us understand what's going on the ground in Iran and people's sentiment about what's been happening.
Right, and for more on the situation from Israel, let's cross live to our correspondent, Jonathan Regev in Tel Aviv. Jonathan, we understand you just came out of shelter due to air raid sirens. What happened? Bring us up to date.
Yes, so in the last 2 hours, just as a ceasefire was going into effect, there were various sirens all across the country, including here in the Tel Aviv area where we are. It actually began with sirens in the south, and there, unfortunately, at this time, we can report of 3 people that were killed in a strike that hit the southern city of Beersheba in Israel. This is a city that has been hit quite a few during this nearly 2 weeks of war, where the Soroka hospital is located. And what is really unfortunate is that these people were killed in a building that is relatively new, that has protected the rooms. But those people who were killed, we're now learning, were not inside the rooms, and they were killed from this direct hit. Sirens then sounded all over the country in central Israel, in northern Israel. And in northern Israel, it even happened a few minutes before 7 a.m. local time, which was the hour in which the ceasefire was set to begin. Sirens sounded in northern Israel up until about 10 minutes ago. Now it is clear the Iranians kept their last few launches for these last minutes. All of these launches were not very big in quantity. We're speaking of 2 missiles here, 5 missiles there. All of them, though, able to ignite sirens and send millions and millions of Israelis to shelters. This was a very tense night as people basically spent about 2 hours or so in the shelters, because as one siren was ending and as the all clear call came, then came another siren. So it was quite hectic. The big question, of course, is what happens now. According to President Trump, for the ceasefire began about 20 minutes ago. How will Israel react to the fact that in the last one of the last launches from Iran, 3 people were killed here in Israel? How will Israel react to the fact that sirens still sounded after the 7 a.m. Local time time frame? That's a big question. Israel did carry out various strikes in Tehran throughout the night, and so at least on paper there is a ceasefire, and now the big question is to see how it holds on, what will happen from now on. And this after the very tense 2 hours which Israeli spent mostly in shelters, going in and going out.
Right, and President Donald Trump announced the ceasefire, and Iranian TV announced the ceasefire, but not the Iranian authorities or government. What about the Israel government? How has it reacted to the ceasefire? Has they officially announced the ceasefire agreement?
At this time, no official statement from Israel regarding a ceasefire. The only statement came out of President Trump, the U.S. president. No official comment from this side. It's still an early hour of the morning, but we have seen that when Israel wants to send statements early on, Israel knows very well how to do it. 48 hours ago, when news of the American strike on Iran came, then by this time we already had statements practically from everybody. At this time, there's quiet, no official statement from Israel. If we're waiting for an official statement for Israel, it has not happened yet. Therefore, officially, we have not been told, at least on this side, that the ceasefire is on. All the information is coming from tweets coming out of the White House.
All right, thank you very much, Jonathan Regev, reporting from Tel Aviv. And Israel has struck several Iranian government targets in Tehran after Iran fired a salvo of missiles and drones at Israel. Maral, a resident of Tehran, shares what life looks like for ordinary people caught in conflict.
My name is Maral. I am a citizen of Tehran, and I am in North Tehran in Tahrir Square. As you can see, this city is still not back to its normal operations. There are black flags everywhere to show solidarity with martyrs, and to my left, this is one of the buildings that was shot about a week ago. Supposedly it was a hub for Iranian high-ranking authority figures, and to my left again, this building was a government public lot. This is a taxi station in Tahrir Square, just beside the Tahrir metro station. As you can see, it is very quiet. It's probably running on 30% or less capacity. This area was attacked about a week ago by an Israeli drone. So the building that came down, you can see here to my left, it caused some damages to water pipelines, and this area was experiencing some water shortages, but now they are fixing it. I am in Grand Bazaar of Tahrir, but as you can see, this place is usually very crowded. It's one of the busiest areas and shopping centers in North Tehran. However, as you can see right now, not many shops are open. Only some grocery stores open right now, and as I walk through the bazaar, I can hear the attacks. There are some attacks right now, we can hear them. The gold bazaar in this area is also closed.
Staying with this developing situation between Israel and Iran, foreign nationals are rushing to leave the country of Iran with commercial flights grounded and the threat of a wider war looming. Many are making a dangerous journey by land, reaching Turkey's Kapikoy border crossing. Evangelos Ipsos reports from the Iranian border.
At the Kapikoy border crossing, exhaustion and relief go hand in hand. For many foreign nationals, this is the final step in a long and stressful journey.
The journey was very difficult. We left around 7 in the morning and arrived in Tabriz at 2:30 a.m. the next day. We only slept a few hours before continuing. It took almost 15 hours to reach the border.
For many, the fear spiked when the United States launched airstrikes.
There were explosions every night in Tehran and in other cities. The worst moment was when the Americans started bombing. That's when I realized this might not just be a small flare-up between Iran and Israel.
Others, like Rami from Canada, went to Iran on a short visit, but found himself caught up in an escalating crisis.
Experience getting here is interesting because I came 2-3 weeks ago to visit my dad in the hospital, and then all this happened. Then I had to travel to northern Iran, arrange with relatives in Tabriz area, stayed with them last night, drove to the border, somebody got to help me with that van to get us through the border, and we just got here and waiting for.
Rami isn't the only traveler who was caught off guard. Other tourists say the tension has been building, but they never expected it to intensify so fast.
Actually, this is the Middle East. Most of the people have the experience of these things, you know. They were expecting, but not fast as this.
The evacuation efforts aren't just about families leaving on their own. They are now turning into full-scale diplomatic operation. As the situation in Iran worsens, foreign governments are stepping in and sending embassy staff to border crossings like this one to guide their citizens to safety.
Well, they're concerned, of course, for their safety, and I understand many of them moved there for the variety of reasons, but whatever reasons they have, that we are open to help them come over and try to take the safe routes. I understand. If you ever feel unsafe there, please come. And some of them, others are decided to stay put. They are in safer cities from what I've heard, like Umbria, I think, or Urmia. But in whatever case, if get to safer places in Iran, if not, get to safer places outside it. Just contact us at any time.
For some, it's a matter of logistics, but for others like Ziba, it's deeply personal. Traveling with her young daughter, the border isn't just an exit, it was the finish line in a race to bring her child to safety. Evangelos Ipsos for CGTN from Kapikoy, Turkey-Iran border.
European foreign ministers met in Brussels to address the urgent need for de-escalation between Iran and the US. And the emergency meeting came ahead of Tuesday's NATO summit in The Hague. Members of the alliance are hoping to appease US President Donald Trump by agreeing to expand their defense budget. Now, Sarah Coates reports from The Hague.
Fears of further escalation between the US and Iran continue to mount here in Europe in the wake of Sunday's attacks by the US on Iranian nuclear facilities and Iran responding, firing missiles at US bases in Qatar and Iraq. Foreign ministers from the bloc are desperately calling on Tehran to return to the negotiating table, ringing the alarm bells over what is turning into an extremely dangerous period ahead.
We made it very clear to the Iranian side back then that a real prerequisite for a settlement of the conflict is that Iran is prepared to negotiate directly with the USA.
Another focus of discussion, the EU's relationship with Israel, after the European Union said there are indications that Israel is in breach of human rights obligations over its conduct in Gaza.
Our first goal is to change the situation on the ground and help the humanitarian aid to get in and help the people. So today was the beginning of the debate and not the end.
Starting Tuesday, The Hague is hosting this year's NATO summit, held in the backdrop of an extremely volatile time.
Obviously, the NATO summit itself will really concentrate, first of all, on the Euro-Atlantic. Probably people will talk in the meetings and also between leaders about what is happening now with Iran, because this is obviously a huge development.
The two-day event has prompted one of the largest security operations in Dutch history, with many parts of the city completely blocked off, frigates patrolling the North Sea, more than 27,000 police deployed, and helicopters and fighter jets flying overhead. And we'll be here on the ground throughout the summit to bring you all of the latest updates. Sarah Coates, CGTN, The Hague, Netherlands.
Iran's Parliamentary Security Committee has approved a bill to suspend all cooperation with the UN nuclear watchdog, including inspections and surveillance, unless the safety of its nuclear sites is ensured. The bill still awaits a full parliamentary vote. On Monday, the International Atomic Energy Agency held a crisis meeting in Vienna after the US bombed Iranian nuclear sites. The head of the IAEA said a US bombing of Iran's Fordo plant might cause very significant damage, though it's too early to tell the extent of it. China's envoy to the IAEA strongly condemned the US strike and expressed a deep concern over the negative impact of the attack on regional stability. Johannes Plaschberger reports.
Well, it's actually a bit difficult for the IAEA to assess the exact situation at these nuclear facilities in Iran that have been targeted by Israeli and US forces, even though the IAEA inspectors are on the ground. As the IAEA told us here in Vienna today, they do not have access to these nuclear facilities simply because they're still being targeted. Just a few hours ago, reportedly, Israeli forces struck access routes to the Fordo nuclear site in Iran, and this Fordo nuclear site is also a site that has suffered, as expected, very significant damage, as the IAEA's chief Rafael Grossi told us today. So basically, the IAEA is relying on information coming from Iranian officials in order to assess what's going on at these nuclear facilities. Let's listen to what Rafael Grossi told us earlier this morning.
Iran has informed the IAEA that there was no increase in off-site radiation levels at all 3 sites. The situation at the other sites remain as I have described in my past updates.
So while IAEA Chief Rafael Grossi is calling for all parties to cease attacks in order to make inspectors return to these facilities and assess the situation, Iran is saying that the IAEA failed to prevent these attacks. It failed to take actions. Just earlier, the Iranian mission to the IAEA here in Vienna said on Twitter that not only the US and Israel will bear consequences for these attacks, but also the IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi and other European nations will bear consequences for what is happening in Iran. So Iran is disappointed, even angry. Reza Najafi, the Iranian ambassador to the IAEA, also told us today that the IAEA is no longer considered functioning by some member states, he claims. But we've heard from a source inside this meeting that there have been conflicting views. So no majority, it seems, was found to issue an official statement here in Vienna.
This just came in. Iranian media are saying that a ceasefire is now in effect after rounds of attacks on Israel. Now, for more insight, let's talk to Ms. He Wenping in Beijing. So this just came in, Ms. He. Iranian media are saying a ceasefire is now in effect with Israel after rounds of attacks on Israel. Do you think it can hold?
Yes, I think this is a great possibility also can be held because both sides, not only Iranian now wants to ceasefire, I think Netanyahu also cannot continue hold on because to Netanyahu and also to the Donald Trump, both they think now the nuclear capacity in Iran now has been totally damaged, even totally. In Donald Trump's was saying completely destroyed. Iranian capacity, and from Netanyahu's understanding also, he thought the mission has been done. So also plus, like Iranian also made a lot of retaliation, those airstrikes to Israel, even including Tel Aviv and Haifa, those big cities also been damaged quite a lot, and the people living in those shelters. So if those situation has been going on, So I think Israel, Netanyahu, maybe his regime also is in danger. Not to mention the Iran in this so-called regime change. So to this regard, plus I think another factor eventually driving the Donald Trump come as this peace making thing. That is, Iranian foreign minister made an emergency visit to Moscow, to Russia, and talked with President Putin. And from this response from Russia, now Russia has been stepped in a very active way. Even from the words of also very top leader, deputy, this president in the Security Council of the Russia, Medvedev. And even he said now the Iranian can be got the help from those nuclear weapons, those war, those heads from other countries. Other countries can provide it, this kind of very critical weapon to Iranian. So we don't know which country come to offer this, but this is maybe implied that Russia maybe will go all straight to back up Iranian, make this war maybe cannot stop. I think with all these efforts, those informations collected together, plus like NATO also come up with the voice saying it should be de-escalated. Of course, China also calling for those UN emergency meeting, Security Council, also calling for de-escalation. So given all those factors, that's why Donald Trump also wants to build on his image being the peacemaker rather than the war maker.
Well, although the Iranian media has confirmed the ceasefire, the picture is still mixed, and Donald Trump actually, he has his agenda on claiming the agreement being reached and being observed. But you apparently, Ms. He, is very optimistic about the ceasefire being held. But the question is for how long? Because in the case of Russia and Ukraine, we saw ceasefires happening from time to time as well. It held for a while, but they started exchange fires again. So do you think that the same would happen to the Israel-Iran conflict, that there is ceasefire on and off?
Oh, yes. Even though I have this very pessimistic point of view about ceasefire going on, but, somehow maybe on, off, but I mean the general direction. It's not going to make this war out of control. Getting to some people saying maybe the Third World War maybe started from this conflict, but I don't think that way. By now, something different with Ukraine and Russia, that kind of conflict, because this is a territory occupation. You see, some part of this Ukraine, this territory, already in the hands of Russia, and Russia not saying I will give up all those territory back to the Ukraine. And also like Ukraine, whether you join to NATO or not join NATO, this is becoming also another, threshold. But now the issue between Israel and Iran, and even getting involved in this White House, also directly to bombing nuclear facility. So all this is targeting to the nuclear facility. If this nuclear itself, those three big areas, now has been, according to White House and Israel, saying already been wiped out. Now the Iranian cannot make, they said this nuclear weapon. Now this capacity has been greatly damaged, which means now Israel no longer under the so-called threat coming from Iranian nuclear weapon. So these things can be moving to another direction. That is ceasefire, and then at least not to make this war getting bigger, expanding this war even to so-called the Third World War. If Russia also getting back up Iran, and then U.S. back up Israel, or make another direct confrontation with those big powers. I don't think now any country have this intention, have this saying now make it bigger. Let's make the war go further away. This is against all those
indeed, Ms. He, I think at this very moment it's better to take a step back from a definitive tone on whether there is a ceasefire taking place or not? Because at this very moment, we're still waiting for official statements from both sides, Iran and Israel. But hypothetically, best case scenario, there is a ceasefire in the near future or in the coming up minutes or hours. What could happen next regarding Iran's nuclear program, regarding hostility between, long-lasting hostility actually, between Iran and Israel, and regional stability?
Yes, of course. At the moment, it's this ceasefire. At least the stop this trade of this airstrike between those two countries, and also preventing the United States will come up a second airstrike to Iran. So now, at least the very good information is Iran already saying they implemented this ceasefire. This is according to the deal Donald Trump mentioned. The first 12 hours will be the ceasefire from Iranian side, and then followed with another 12 hours coming from Israel. Also stop this airstrike to Iran. Also with this, if stop this trade of this airstrike, Donald Trump said now that's the peace. Of course, couldn't be that easy. At least during those 12 hours, one day, actually just 1 day time, and then need to come up with new consensus. That is, Iran may be saying we're back to the negotiation table with the United States, because this is a key, also, critical point. Now even those European countries and also United States want to reach, saying bring Iranian guy to the negotiation table. Talk about this nuclear issue. Now, because Iran has been damaged, their capacity of those nuclear capacity. Now back to the negotiation table. Of course, they lost a lot of troops in their bargaining these hands. So maybe I think this deal can be moved forward, at least not that tough like before. So this is the second phrase, talk about this nuclear, deal between Iran and the United States. And then, of course, and then even all this situation in the Middle East, in the words of Netanyahu, he used to say, now is the golden chance for Israel to make a new, the security set up in the Middle East, even saying set up a new international order in the world. He has a very big, these words in his mouth.
Right,
but given the time,
a lot to think about at this very moment of mixed information. Thank you very much, Ms. He Wenping in Beijing. You're watching Global Watch on CGTN. Still to come.
Hello and welcome to this special live coverage of Israel-Iran conflict. I'm Yan Zhao, your host for this hour. The breaking news of this moment, according to Iran's media, a ceasefire has just come into effect at 7:30 Tehran time and 7 in Israel, following Iran's latest missile strike, which caused casualties on the Israeli side. And according to a proposal put forward by U.S. President Donald Trump, Iran will observe a 12-hour ceasefire to be followed by a reciprocal 12 hours from Israel. So to help us better understand this rapid developments, we're now joined by Mohammad Reza Manafi, former editor-in-chief of Islamic Republic News Agency's Asia Pacific News Desk. Mr. Manafi, thank you for joining us today. So in the past few hours, we saw this two countries, media has reported this ceasefire. Generally speaking, what do you believe? How stable is this ceasefire right now?
After the ceasefire began at very early morning today, local time, so far no attacks have been reported or have been carried out by each side, and it is a good news so far. The news we are hearing about some, let's say, attacks or let's say explosions on the Israeli side or maybe on the Iranian side during the recent hours. It is not related for the time after the ceasefire, because Iran made some just missile attacks a few hours or let's say a few minutes even before the ceasefire. And so the news that sometimes we hear about some explosions in Tel Aviv or maybe some attacks in Iran are not related to the time after the ceasefire. So we can say the ceasefire is still working well and everything is so far stable. And we hope that the Israeli side, which based on its past actions and the conflicts against Gaza and Lebanon in the past, has shown a pattern of non-adhering to ceasefire agreements, will respect this time to the ceasefire. And we hope this ceasefire could be a long-lasting one between Iran and Israel. From Iranian side, I'm quite sure that the Iranian government is looking for a long-lasting ceasefire. Young?
Yes, Mr. Manafi, in the past few hours, we saw this as a little confusing moments that when we saw the missile attack, and we also heard the ceasefire announcement from both the local media and from U.S. President Donald Trump. So what do you believe is the main factors that led to the ceasefire agreement? Why do you think the ceasefire happened right now?
Well, just from the beginning of the war, it was not very difficult to just predict that this war could not just last for so long. Because if such a war could just continue for a long time, it will have a very devastating consequences and results for the region and also for the world. So it's a really good news that today we had the ceasefire between the two sides. Iran's last night's strike on the U.S. military base in Qatar may have been a major factor, in my opinion, in ending the conflict. Given that America had previously launched direct attacks on Iran, it was, I think, 2 days ago, Tehran would never have accepted any ceasefire agreement without retaliation. Now Tehran has done its retaliation already, and I think it is the best time for Iran to accept the ceasefire. Also, let's accept that the war forces significant damages on both sides, on the Israeli side and also on the Iranian side.
Exactly.
And also, Washington was completely aware that the prolonged war and hostilities would certainly lead to targeting more U.S. Military bases across the region in the Middle East or in the Persian Gulf region. So both Iranian and Israeli sides ultimately and finally agreed to the ceasefire to prevent more destruction of their own infrastructure, because if this war continue more than this, so lots of more infrastructures could be damaged on both sides. I think these are some major factors that could lead, that of course led to the ceasefire between Iran and Israel.
Exactly, Mr. Manafi. It's good to hear this news about a ceasefire, which I believe will buy more time for diplomacy. So what do you think will be the main focus going forward?
Of course, after the ceasefire, and let's hope that the ceasefire could be a stable one, a long-lasting one.
Right.
After the ceasefire, I think Iran will start its, let's say, efforts and to open the diplomacy again. Iran is looking for diplomacy. The country has already announced that any time that Israel stops its attacks, Iran is ready to go back to the diplomacy table and start the negotiations with the U.S. and solve the nuclear issue through negotiations and diplomacy. So let's see what happens in the future hours and days. Everything depends on how long-lasting the ceasefire will be.
Yeah. Well, talking about diplomacy, in your view, how can this international community, especially China, can help guide this crisis away from a full-scale war?
Well, China has already shown that it could play a very significant role when it is about diplomacy. Let's remember that it was China who made a very significant role to solve the diplomatic tensions between Iran and Saudi Arabia, which was a great, let's say, development in the Middle East. And now Iran and Saudi Arabia are enjoying very friendly ties thanks to the mediation by the Chinese side. Mm-hmm. China is also a very, let's say, effective and important member of the Security Council. So the country also has a very good relations, strategic friendship with Iran, and also good relations with Israel. So the public opinion in Iran are expected to even play more and more roles and to use its friendship and also its influence on Israel to stop Israel from just going back to the war. And I think speaking about China and Russia, that can play important roles. Iranian public opinion, which are really important for Iranian side, do believe in China as a main player of diplomacy in the world, particularly because China has some very, let's say, big initiatives like global security, or let's say development for all human beings equally. So I think China could play a major, significant role in keeping this ceasefire.
Thank you, Mr. Manafi. And I want to notice, within Iran, how are people reacting emotionally and politically to what's happened in this conflict? Do you believe that this is a moment of a national unity or something more complex?
Well, Young, let me elaborate on that. First of all, I need to remind that the current war between Iran and Israel is a war that has been was imposed on Iran, and Iran has never started any war in more than a 2,000-year history. But the country has defended itself strongly in all the wars that have been imposed on the country throughout the history. Let me give you an example. Iraq's war against Iran about 45 years back, which began in 1979, immediately after the Islamic Revolution, victory of Islamic Revolution, at a time when Iran had almost no weapons and no organized army. But Iranian people, with their strong unity and solidarity, let me repeat again, Iranian people, with their strong unity and solidarity, defended their motherland against the regime of then Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, which used to enjoy huge financial and military support by the United States and the West. So I think Israel officials need to read more books about Iran and learn from the history. They need to learn at least from Saddam Hussein's imposed war against Iran. Saddam also wanted to change the regime of Iran, but where is Saddam Hussein today? In the end, what happened to him and his regime, which fought against Iran for 8 continuous years? So Israel war has made Iranian people even more united these days, even more united than before. Since the beginning of this war, different groups of Iran, including minorities and even opposition groups in Iran, which are even those groups who used to strongly criticize the Iranian government, now they are all of them are standing firm on the same front and unanimously want the government and military of the country to keep defending against any possible strike from the Israeli side or any other side. And let's hope that there will be no more aggression from the Israeli side. Otherwise, I think Iranian public opinion, Iranian people will force the government and military, they will ask government and military to defend to its strongest ability. Jan?
Okay. Mr. Manafi, so what message do you think that Iran is trying to send to the region and to the world through this military actions in this conflict?
I think although Israel's war against Iran has forced some damages on Iran, sometimes wars can also bring opportunities. This war became an opportunity for Iran to launch unprecedented strikes against Israel since the creation of the regime. These attacks proved the people of the world, and especially to the people of the Middle East, that Israel is never an extraordinary power, as it is, and it is an extremely, let's say, fragile to strong attacks. This is a great message of this war to the people of the world, and especially to the people of the Middle East region. This war will end, of course, this war ended almost very soon, and it is quite good to hear that. But I think if there is another war, let's see that the window of diplomacy between Iran and the United States will not, let's say, remain open forever. And one of the messages of this war is that Iran could give another, let's say, opportunity and another chance to the diplomacy. Now it is the U.S. turn to show its, let's say, goodwill and come back to the table of the diplomacy with Iran. So this war could have lots of lessons and lots of messages to all over the world, even to the Iranians themselves, that they need to learn lots of lessons from this war, and it has lots of lessons also for the region. Jan.
Mr. Manafi, even though we're now seeing this ceasefire, but from your experiences covering this region for so many years, do you see this conflict as a turning point to the entire region?
Yes, in my opinion, this war can be a turning point because it has revealed many facts to the people of the world. This war proved that Israel is not that much strong that Middle Eastern people, or let's say world people, used to believe before this. This war once again proved that the U.S. claims in support of diplomacy are a big lie, because the whole world witnessed that instead of stopping the Israel war and resuming efforts to resolve the Iranian nuclear issue diplomatically, the U.S. bombed Iran's nuclear sites, which is an unprecedented action in history. and in fatal and if any fatal radioactive materials leak from these nuclear sites, the US must be responsible for that. Yet another turning point of this war, I think, was this, that Iran's missile power was shown to the whole world. If the international community does not take serious actions to stop Israel from making any more possible strikes against any other nations in the Middle East, so it is very probable that the future, any, let's say, possible future war could spread to other parts of the world, and it will be a full disaster for the whole world. And let's say maybe the next time Iran will take more dangerous actions, maybe Iran could withdraw from the NPT and move towards developing its own nuclear weapons. It is possible. It depends on how the Israelis will act in future and how the US will behave in its future steps. It is not an exaggeration to say that the United States and Israel may turn any future war into the World War III. So the world community must be very careful about the dangerous behaviors, I think. Jan.
Thank you, Mr. Manafi, for your insight. And this is Mohammad Reza Manafi, former editor-in-chief of the Islamic Republic News Agency's Asia-Pacific News Desk. Thank you so much for joining us today. Israel has just announced that the civilians are no longer required to stay near shelters to signal a temporary return to calm, at least for now. So stay with us in CGTN. We'll closely monitor this latest development in this Israel.
has confirmed the ceasefire, and Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said no agreement has been reached. But he said if Israel stops its attacks, Tehran will not continue its response. And Israel has not yet commented on the ceasefire claims. Iran continued its attacks on Israel this morning, launching a wave of missiles. And witnesses said they heard explosions near Tel Aviv and Beersheba in central Israel. Israel has struck several Iranian government targets in Tehran after Iran fired a salvo of missiles and drones at Israel. Marel, a resident of Tehran, shares what life looks like for ordinary people caught in flight.
My name is Maral. I am a citizen of Tehran, and I am in North Tehran in Tahrir Square. As you can see, this city is still not back to its normal operations. There are black flags everywhere to show solidarity with martyrs, and to my left, this is one of the buildings that was shot about a week ago. Supposedly it was a hub for Iranian high-ranking authority figures, and to my left again, this building was a government public lot. This is a taxi station in Tahrir Square, just beside the Tahrir metro station. As you can see, it is very quiet. It's probably running on 30% or less capacity. This area was attacked about a week ago by an Israeli drone. So the building that came down, you can see here to my left, it caused some damages to water pipelines, and this area was experiencing some water shortages, but now they are fixing it. I am in Grand Bazaar of Tahrir, but as you can see, this place is usually very crowded. It's one of the busiest areas and shopping centers in North Tehran. However, as you can see right now, not many shops are open. Only some grocery stores open right now, and as I walk through the bazaar, I can hear the attacks. There are some attacks right now, we can hear them. The gold bazaar in this area is also closed.
Foreign nationals are also rushing to leave the country. Evangelos Ipsas reports from the Iranian border.
At the Kapakoi border crossing, exhaustion and relief go hand in hand. For many foreign nationals, this is the final step in a long and stressful journey.
The journey was very difficult. We left around 7 in the morning and arrived in Tabriz at 2:30 a.m. the next day. We only slept a few hours before continuing. It took almost 15 hours to reach the border.
For many, the fear spiked when the United States launched airstrikes.
There were explosions every night in Tehran and in other cities. The worst moment was when the Americans started bombing. That's when I realized this might not just be a small flare-up between Iran and Israel.
Others, like Rami from Canada, went to Iran on a short visit, but found himself caught up in an escalating crisis.
Experience getting here is interesting because I came 2-3 weeks ago to visit my dad in the hospital, and then all this happened. Then I had to travel to northern Iran, arranged with relatives in Tabriz area, stayed with them last night, drove to the border, somebody got to help me with that van to get us through the border, and we just got here and waiting for.
Rami isn't the only traveler who was caught off guard. Other tourists say the tension has been building, but they never expected it to intensify so fast.
Actually, this is the Middle East. Most of the people have the experience of these things, you know. They were expecting, but not fast as this.
The evacuation efforts aren't just about families leaving on their own. They are now turning into full-scale diplomatic operation. As the situation in Iran worsens, foreign governments are stepping in and sending embassy staff to border crossings like this one to guide their citizens to safety.
Well, they're concerned, of course, for their safety, and I understand many of them moved there for the variety of reasons. But whatever reasons they have, that we are open to help them come over and try to take the safe routes. I understand. If you ever feel unsafe there, please come. And some of them, others are decided to stay put. They are in safer cities, from what I've heard, like Umbriya, I think, or Urmia. But in whatever case, if get to safer places in Iran, if not, get to safer places outside it. Just contact us at any time.
For some, it's a matter of logistics, but for others like Ziba, it's deeply personal. Traveling with her young daughter, the border isn't just an exit, it was the finish line in a race to bring her child to safety. Evangelos Ipsas for CGTN from Kapekoi, Turkey-Iran border.
Iran's Parliamentary Security Committee has approved a bill to suspend all cooperation with the UN nuclear watchdog, including inspections and surveillance, unless the safety of its nuclear sites is ensured. The bill still awaits a full parliamentary vote. On Monday, the International Atomic Energy Agency held a crisis meeting in Vienna after the US bombed Iranian nuclear sites. And the director of the IAEA said the US bombing of Iran's Fordo plant probably caused, quote, very significant damage, though it was too early to tell the extent of it. And China's envoy to the IAEA also strongly condemned the US strike and expressed a deep concern of the negative impact of the attack on the region. And China's envoy to the IAEA also strongly condemned the US strike and expressed a deep concern of the negative impact of the attack on the regional stability. Our correspondent Johannes Pleshberger reports from Vienna.
Well, it's actually a bit difficult for the IAEA to assess the exact situation at these nuclear facilities in Iran that have been targeted by Israeli and US forces, even though the IAEA inspectors are on the ground. As the IAEA told us here in Vienna today, they do not have access to these nuclear facilities simply because they're still being targeted. Just a few hours ago, reportedly, Israeli forces struck access routes to the Fordo nuclear site in Iran, and this Fordo nuclear site is also a site that has suffered as expected, very significant damage, as the IAEA's chief Rafael Grossi told us today. So basically, the IAEA is relying on information coming from Iranian officials in order to assess what's going on at these nuclear facilities. Let's listen to what Rafael Grossi told us earlier this morning.
Iran has informed the IAEA that there was no increase in off-site radiation levels at all 3 sites. The situation at the other sites remain as I have described in my past updates.
So while IAEA Chief Rafael Grossi is calling for all parties to cease attacks in order to make inspectors return to these facilities and assess the situation, Iran is saying that the IAEA failed to prevent these attacks. It failed to take actions. Just earlier, the Iranian mission to the IAEA here in Vienna said on Twitter that not only the US and Israel will bear consequences for these attacks, but also the IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi and other European nations will bear consequences for what is happening in Iran. So Iran is disappointed, even angry. Reza Najafi, the Iranian ambassador to the IAEA, also told us today that the IAEA is no longer considered functioning by some member states, he claims. But we've heard from a source inside this meeting that there have been conflicting views, so no majority, it seems, was found to issue an official statement here in Vienna.
The U.S. has imposed a 50% tariff on consumer appliances using steel. The tariff affects goods from dishwashers and refrigerators, and duties levied are based on the product's steel content. Since to any violations. Trump previously claimed that the ceasefire between Iran and Israel is now in effect, calling on both sides not to violate it. And Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi denied Trump's claim, saying the agreement had not been reached and that Iran could continue to respond to Israeli attacks. Iran also retaliated against the U.S. for bombing its nuclear sites on Sunday, striking a major U.S. military base in Qatar. Our correspondent James Bellman has the latest from Washington, D.C.
his Truth Social platform, U.S. President Donald Trump wrote this, quote, "It has been fully agreed by and between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire in approximately 6 hours from now when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their in-progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered ended." Trump seems to also imply that Iran will stop its attacks first for 12 hours, and then Israel will stop its attacks for 12 hours, still awaiting details on how exactly this proposed ceasefire would work. Trump brands the conflict the 12-day war and wrote, quote, "This is a war that could have gone on for years and destroyed the entire Middle East, but it didn't and never will." Trump's announcement comes just hours after Iran launched an attack targeting the Al Udeid air base outside Doha, the forward headquarters for U.S. Central Command. No reports of injuries there at this point. Iran's military says the missile strikes were in retaliation for the U.S. attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend, and that the number of missiles used matched the number of bombs the U.S. used in the attacks over the weekend, and notes that the base targeted is far from urban infrastructure and residential areas and posed no threat to Qatar. The attack was seen in Washington as a way for Iran to respond without escalating the conflict, and Trump indicated earlier Monday that the U.S. wouldn't retaliate, setting the stage for Trump's ceasefire. In an interview Monday evening, Vice President Vance says the U.S. believes Iran is now incapable of building a nuclear weapon after the U.S. attacks over the weekend.
Mauro, a resident of Tehran, shares what life looks like for ordinary people caught in this conflict.
My name is Maral. I am a citizen of Tehran, and I am in North Tehran in Tahrir Square. As you can see, this city is still not back to its normal operations. There are black flags everywhere to show solidarity with martyrs, and to my left, this is one of the buildings that was shot about a week ago. Supposedly it was a hub for Iranian high-ranking authority figures, and to my left again, this building was a government public lot. This is a taxi station in Tahrir Square, just beside the Tahrir metro station. As you can see, it is very quiet. It's probably running on 30% or less capacity. This area was attacked about a week ago by an Israeli drone. So the building that came down, you can see here to my left, it caused some damages to water pipelines, and this area was experiencing some water shortages, but now they are fixing it. I am in Grand Bazaar of Tahrir, but as you can see, this place is usually very crowded. It's one of the busiest areas and shopping centers in North Tehran. However, as you can see right now, not many shops are open. Only some grocery stores open right now, and as I walk through the bazaar, I can hear the attacks. There are some attacks right now, we can hear them. The gold bazaar in this area is also closed.
Iran's Parliamentary Security Committee has approved a bill to suspend all cooperation with the UN nuclear watchdog, including inspections and surveillance, unless the safety of its nuclear sites is ensured. The bill still awaits a full parliamentary vote. On Monday, the International Atomic Energy Agency held a crisis meeting in Vienna after the US bombed Iranian nuclear sites. Our correspondent Johannes Pleshberger reports from Vienna.
Well, it's actually a bit difficult for the IAEA to assess the exact situation at these nuclear facilities in Iran that have been targeted by Israeli and US forces, even though the IAEA inspectors are on the ground. As the IAEA told us here in Vienna today, they do not have access to these nuclear facilities simply because they're still being targeted. Just a few hours ago, reportedly, Israeli forces struck access routes to the Fordo nuclear site in Iran, and this Fordo nuclear site is also a site that has suffered, as expected, very significant damage, as the IAEA's chief Rafael Grossi told us today. So basically, the IAEA is relying on information coming from Iranian officials in order to assess what's going on at these nuclear facilities. Let's listen to what Rafael Grossi told us earlier this morning.
Iran has informed the IAEA that there was no increase in off-site radiation levels at all 3 sites. The situation at the other sites remain as I have described in my past updates.
So while IAEA Chief Rafael Grossi is calling for all parties to cease attacks in order to make inspectors return to these facilities and assess the situation, Iran is saying that the IAEA failed to prevent these attacks. It failed to take actions. Just earlier, the Iranian mission to the IAEA here in Vienna said on Twitter that not only the US and Israel will bear consequences for these attacks, but also the IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi and other European nations will bear consequences for what is happening in Iran. So Iran is disappointed, even angry. Reza Najafi, the Iranian ambassador to the IAEA, also told us today that the IAEA is no longer considered functioning by some member states, he claims. But we've heard from a source inside this meeting that there have been conflicting views, so no majority, it seems, was found to issue an official statement here in Vienna.
As the conflict in Iran escalates, foreign nationals are rushing to leave the country. With commercial flights grounded and the threat of the wider war looming, many are making the dangerous journey by land to reach Turkey's Kapkoy border crossing. Evangelos Ipsas reports from the Iranian border.
At the Kapkoy border crossing, exhaustion and relief go hand in hand. For many foreign nationals, this is the final step in a long and stressful journey.
The journey was very difficult. We left around 7 in the morning and arrived in Tabriz at 2:30 a.m. the next day. We only slept a few hours before continuing. It took almost 15 hours to reach the border.
For many, the fear spiked when the United States launched airstrikes.
There were explosions every night in Tehran and in other cities. The worst moment was when the Americans started bombing. That's when I realized this might not just be a small flare-up between Iran and Israel.
Others, like Rami from Canada, went to Iran on a short visit, but found himself caught up in an escalating crisis.
Experience getting here is interesting because I came 2-3 weeks ago to visit my dad in the hospital, and then all this happened. Then I had to travel to northern Iran, arrange with relatives in Tabriz area, stayed with them last night, drove to the border, somebody got to help me with that van to get us through the border. We just got here and waiting for.
Rami isn't the only traveler who was caught off guard. Other tourists say the tension has been building, but they never expected it to intensify so fast.
Actually, this is the Middle East. Most of the people have the experience of these things, you know. They were expecting, but not fast as this. You know.
The evacuation efforts aren't just about families leaving on their own. They are now turning into full-scale diplomatic operation. As the situation in Iran worsens, foreign governments are stepping in and sending embassy staff to border crossings like this one to guide their citizens to safety.
Well, they're concerned, of course, for their safety, and I understand many of them moved there for the variety of reasons. But whatever reason they have, that we are open to help them come over and try to take the safe routes. I understand. If you ever feel unsafe there, please come. And some of them, others are decided to stay put. They are in safer cities, from what I've heard, like Umriya, I think, or Urmia. But in whatever case, if get to safer places in Iran, if not, get to safer places outside it. Just contact us at any time.
For some, it's a matter of logistics, but for others like Ziba, it's deeply personal. Traveling with her young daughter, the border isn't just an exit, it was the finish line in a race to bring her child to safety. Evangelos Sipsas for CGTN from Kapekoi, Turkey-Iran border.
Hello, and thank you for tuning in to CGTN at this hour. I'm Li Zhao, bringing you live from China's capital, Beijing. In our special program today, we keep on watching the latest developments in the conflict between Israel and Iran. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Monday that Israel and Iran have agreed to a complete and total ceasefire to be faced in over 24 hours. It is still unclear how the latest developments will impact possible ceasefire agreements. Now, Iran had launched a fresh barrage of missiles at Israel as the ceasefire deadline announced by Trump neared, killing at least 4 people in the southern city of Beersheba. Now, a long list of unanswered questions remains, not least whether any ceasefire can actually take effect between Israel and Iran. And now for more discussion on that, let me bring in our guest, Ms. Jody Wen. She is the postdoctoral fellow of Center for International Security and Strategy at Tsinghua University. Thank you so much for joining us in this hour, Ms. Wen. Now, would you consider this ceasefire solid? Tell us.
Thanks for inviting me. So I don't think the ceasefire is solid right now because I think the main reason is that Israel, Iran, and the United States, the 3 countries, they have made just temporary promises, and the fundamental contradictions have not been solved. So to be clear, for the U.S. side, I think Iran is still the main threat to its regional influence, and it needs to ensure that Iran does not possess nuclear weapons. And for Israel, Iran's nuclear capability poses a significant threat to its regional security. Moreover, since the start of the Gaza conflict in October 2023, Netanyahu urgently needs to use to attack Iran to temporarily unify the domestic opposition and ensure the stability of its government. So right now, the temporary goals of the United States and Israel have been achieved, but I think this goal will not achieved in future. I mean, because the U.S. military strike against Iran just delayed Iran's uranium enrichment activities. And it's not just solved right now, but Iran will continue to have his nuclear plan.
So you think they haven't really actually fully destroyed Iran's nuclear capabilities?
I think it's very hard for U.S. and Israel to fully damage Iran's nuclear equipment and also to just stop nuclear ability. But I think U.S. Just launched, we all know launched some profiles and have some attack on Iran's nuclear equipment. But I think it cannot stop Iran's nuclear ability in future. So I think it's just it's a moment for these 3 countries to stop the war, but I think it will not continue too far.
So as you said, you believe that Iran's nuclear capabilities at this point may be restrained at some point, but it won't stop Iran from building more. Would you expect any size of the 3 to violate such ceasefire?
You mean the reason why they have this fire, right?
Would you expect any size? Okay, so would you expect any size, including Iran, including Israel, including the United States, to fire to each other again? Do you think any party could violate such ceasefire?
I don't think so. I think right now we can see that China has called for strengthened efforts and to the escalation of the conflict. But I think there are many major sticking points behind that. The main reason I think is that the lack of mutual trust. I think we all know that Iran view United States and also view Israel as a balanced enemy in this region. So the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, I think, have intensified the tensions between U.S., Iran, and Israel and Iran. So I think Iran may demand guarantees from U.S., but we all know that this untrust between these two countries will remain for a long time. And I think, secondly, the main reason that Israel emphasized national survival security, right? They want a definite security in this region. But Iran insisted on its nuclear program is peaceful. So, however, there is no fundamental disagreement between the two sides on this issue. Israel do not want Iran have nuclear ability, but Iran thinks that he has right to own the nuclear for peaceful use, right? And the other, I think, the most importantly, right now the international mediation is insufficient, right? The role of the United Nations has not been fully utilized, and the Iranian officials previously stated that they were unwilling to negotiate during this attack. So I think the UN is just absent in this conflict. So this is also main reason why this conflict is too hard for international community to do something. Yeah.
So you mentioned voices coming from the international community and specifically from the United Nations. We know that yesterday, actually, the United Nations Security Council had a meeting, emergency meeting on the matter with 3 countries, namely that's Russia, China, and also Pakistan, proposed a drafted resolution on the early ceasefire. What do you see China and also Russia's role this time?
I think China, as I know, China actually, we insisted on our economic interest in this area. I just visited UAE last week, and I visited Saudi Arabia and also UAE last year. So I think the main concern for China's government is to protect Chinese companies, our investment in this area. So I think just from the mediation between Saudi Arabia and Iran, that's the start for Chinese government to do something in Middle East peace progress, right? And also during this Gaza conflict, China brought all sides of Palestine to Beijing to have that Beijing proposal, that Beijing 宣言, right? So I think just in these several years, Chinese government tried to do something to play a role in mediating this conflict in this area. But I think the main concern for Chinese government is to protect our companies, entrepreneurs' interest in this area. And for Russia's side, I think Russia have the willing to remain their influence in this region. But you know, as we all know that Russia is still having the war with Ukraine, right? So Ukraine. So they are involved in a war and involved in a conflict. So they have very real ability to do more things in this region, in the Middle East. So it's hard for Russia to play a deeper, a wider action in this area.
I'm glad that you actually brought this up, the Beijing Declaration that's reached in 2023. That's actually China's major step towards the region. On its role, stepping up its role in the Middle East region. And this time, just minutes ago, I think my producer just sent me one of the statements coming from Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman, and he said he wants the ceasefire to be reached as soon as possible, while also calling for peaceful negotiations. I think China really wants this kind of peaceful negotiation, or through a diplomatic way, for talks. Everybody sit down and have a talk, agreeing on something, and let's stop the fight. That's something that China has been really arguing for. In terms of the role of the United States, what do you see U.S. role, and specifically, President Donald Trump's role this time?
I think I have some the act of Donald Trump in this conflict. as we all know that during the presidential campaign of this term, Trump actually criticized that all previous U.S. administrations' involvement in the Middle East was extremely wrong yet. And he vowed to keep the U.S. away from overseas military conflicts, right? But do you know, if we examine U.S. foreign policy or U.S. Foreign strategy in this region, I think there are two things we have to keep in mind. Firstly, I think U.S. have to.
Ms. Wen, are you still there?
So the main concern for you.
Okay, great. We have you back. Sorry, that was signal malfunction. Okay, we got you back.
Okay.
You can continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the main interest for U.S. government is to protect its ally in this region. It's Israel's definitely the security. So I think U.S. government have to resolve the Iranian nuclear issue and to curb Iran's regional influence. This is the main reason, I think, for why Donald Trump have this war. And according to a senior officer, I think from the White House, I remember that Trump was indecisive between taking a military action and calling on Iran to renegotiate in order to persuade it to reach a Iran nuclear deal. So, but we can all feel that U.S. feel that Iran's nuclear project will be a main concern for U.S. and Israel. So the main concern for U.S. government is to protect Israel's interests and also Israel's definite security in this region. I think the other is that I think the pressure from Israel, right? We all know the Gaza conflict broken out since October 7th, 2023. I think Israel was in a very unsafe situation for a long period. So they have to have this military strike against Iran, so they can have a stable stage in this period. Yes.
I'm glad you brought this up, that the U.S. administration this time, the Trump administration, they don't actually want a war at this time, especially when during his campaign that he promised that he want a peace kind of policy in the Middle East. But right now, given the fact that we've seen some kind of contradiction within the Trump administration, we see that some officials, they don't want the U.S. to be dragged into this war. But Trump's final decision made U.S. has already made the move. So what do you see within the Trump administration? Are we seeing some kind of contradictions at this point?
You mean the contradiction between Donald Trump's administration, right? Yes, definitely. I think Donald Trump, if we just look what he had done in this administration, the main concern for Donald Trump is to solve his domestic issues, right? Like he just have this trade war with all countries in the whole world, not only with China, right? And also with European allies and with also Japan and other countries like that. But I think his main concern is to solve the domestic issues and also to deal with that questions concerning to make America great again. So the main concern for Donald Trump is to make America great again. So he don't want to involve in Middle East conflict. But as I just mentioned right now, Israel's interest is a core interest for U.S. government from every U.S. administration because Israel, they have a very solid foundation and have very strong interest and also have a very strong stand in U.S. So Donald Trump, even though he has transferred during my visit in UAE this time, many friends in UAE that told me that they think Donald Trump's foreign policy toward the Middle East has transferred from geopolitics to geoeconomics. But I think he still have to stick to Israel's interest. I mean, the national security interest in this region. So Donald Trump have to do something in this issue. He have to act, even though he don't want to.
Let's talk back to the core problems about Iran's nuclear power. We know that there are reports saying that the Iranian parliament is considering the suspension of cooperation with IAEA, the UN nuclear watchdog. How do you assess of the impact of the fight this time in terms of the nuclear development activities within Iran?
I think I don't know if you just have this in mind. In fact, the beginning of this conflict was mainly due to the fact that on June 12th, if I didn't remember wrong, the International Atomic is IAEA, right? This organization criticized Iran for violating the Iran nuclear agreement. But Iran did not agree and announced the rebuilding of uranium enrichment equipment. So actually, I think Israel had zero tolerance on this. So Israel launched this military operation. I think the conflict between Israel and Iran actually, the main methods was through the main methods for Israel was through intelligence warfare and information warfare, as well as assassinations and targeted strikes on nuclear scientists. I think Israel's attacks had severely damaged Iran's nuclear facilities, but the attack of U.S. they really matters for some extent, you know. So you just mentioned how to judge right now the nuclear activities. I mean afterwards, I think Iran will remain its nuclear ability and remain its nuclear activity. I mean, because it's his main method to how to say, to guarantee its safety in the region, because Iran will not trust U.S. and Israel anymore. Yes.
Yeah. I think I read some report as well, because the nuclear facilities, they can be rebuilt again, and it is the uranium enrichment that really matters. And there are actually Iranian officials saying that there are 60% uranium enriched already transfers to somewhere else. So instead of attacking the nuclear facilities, it is the enriched uranium that really matters to the development of the nuclear capabilities.
Yes, you mentioned that the percentage 60%.
Yeah.
60% right now. Yes, the ability of Iran. I think if they want to get to ability to have a war, usually in war, it's maybe have to get to the 90 or plus
90%. Yes, 90% to 90%. Reach a nuclear weapon. Yes.
Yes. Yes. I'm not an expert in military, but I read some article about this, but I think right now Iran has just on its way to get this standard. So I think the U.S. and Israel will have this war, and to stop Iran from achieving this goal to 90%. So that is why Israel just start this war. And I want to mention another reason why Israel launched this war at this moment. I think, as we all know, that during Obama's administration in 2015, U.S. and Iran, they got an Iran deal, right? Do you know in this October, this Iran deal will just come to an end? So during this from this April, U.S. and Iran, they are having Iran deal for many rounds. And if there's no conflict this time, they will have maybe they will have a big step in this deal on June 15th. So Israel.
Ms. Wen, we seem to losing you there. All right, I think my producer will try to get Ms. Wen back, but that's Ms. Jody Wen, and she is with the Center for International Security and Strategy at Tsinghua University. Now, Ms. Wen talked about the latest development of the ceasefire between Israel and Iran, which she believes that it's not everlasting because their ultimate problems have yet to be solved. She also touched on the role of China. As we mentioned just minutes ago, Chinese Foreign Minister spokesman has reiterated China's stance on this matter, and that is it calls for peaceful negotiations while an early settlement of this, they called for early ceasefire in the region. All right, that is for our interview with Ms. Jody. All right, I think my producer told me that Ms. Jody Wen is back. Ms. Wen, do you want to continue where you just... Okay.
Okay,
right.
I'm here again. I'm here again.
All right,
okay, I
great,
hear you.
great. You can continue, Ms. Wen.
Yeah, just to finish this question, so maybe we can transfer another topic or any other question.
As I was talking about that, we talk about the latest developments. We talk about the ceasefire. You believe it's not everlasting because the ultimate goal of both parties have yet to be solved. We also talk about China's role. As I said, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson just minutes ago talked about China's stance once again. Do you expect that China will step up its voice on this matter?
It's too hard to predict. But for my understanding, I think Chinese government will have some action afterwards. I mean, maybe in secret or any other forms. But I think right now, I think the main reason I want to talk about is the reason why Middle East country they want China to play a role in this issue. Do you know? During when I was visiting in UAE, do you know? Many Middle East countries, they asked me, as a Chinese scholar, do you think what kind of methods or what kind of role Chinese government can play in this issue? So all UAE and all this Gulf countries, they hope China to play a role in this issue. Why? The reason why behind this is that China is the only country in this world have trust from all sides. Do you know? I mean, every country in this area, in this region, they trust China. I think also China is a great power, in the international stage. But U.S. is also is a great country in this region. But Iran did not trust them. Do not trust it. So China have the ability, and also it's a country that trust China. So that's why they hope China to play a role in this conflict. But I think China maybe they will contact with countries in the region. I mean, like Qatar and also Jordan and Iraq, these neighboring countries, to have more dialogue. But I think it's very hard because, just as I mentioned before, the main concern for this all sides, it's very hard for them to get a deal because they do not trust each other, and also Israel they don't hope Iran got a nuclear ability, but Iran think it's his basis interest. So it's hard for them to get a deal. So I think China will actively, I think, involved in international mediation, like in UN or in other like regional dialogue, like BRICS or like Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Tianjin, yes, in August. So I think hopefully China will push this kind of dialogue to let all sides to talk. But I still think it's very hard to get a deal in this issue.
All right. It's a very complicated issue, especially, with the two sides have been foes for decades. It's something that will not be solved over a short period of time. All right, that's Jody Wen. She is the postdoctoral fellow of Center for International Security and Strategy at Tsinghua University. Thank you so much again. All right, that's it for our updates and analysis
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, that's it for our update on the Middle East matter, and more specifically the ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Will it ultimately be reached? We'll keep you updated. Now, thank you so much again for joining us on this hour. Stay with us. Hello, and thank you for tuning in to CGTN at this hour. I am Li Zhao here in Beijing. Now, in our special program today, we keep on watching the latest development of the conflict between Israel and Iran. Now, just minutes after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced that the country had agreed to a U.S.-brokered ceasefire with Tehran, Israel said Iran's latest missile launch broke their agreement and vowed to retaliate. Now, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, said the IDF will respond forcefully. However, Iranian state television denied the country violating the ceasefire. So can the ceasefire be actually taken place? What will we expect next? And for more discussion on that, let me bring in our next guest, Marwan Yassir. He's a senior political analyst from the Middle East. He's in Lebanon right now. Thank you so much for joining us in this hour, Mr. Yassir. So tell us about the ceasefire.
Thank you for having me. Yes, it's hard to believe the ceasefire will hold. Both sides in the conflict are threatening to respond if the other side dares to violate it. So it is not expected, really. Maybe in the long run, after so many battles ahead. But for now, let me give you a truthful answer that ceasefire will not hold.
Mm-hmm. So if the ceasefire not holding, what should we do? What's next?
More diplomatic
negotiations.
More visits, like usual. It's not. It's really the fight of the world, really. And,
do you think the two sides can sit down and talk at this time?
The two sides never. I think through mediators, through other countries, through other states, diplomacy, will be involved, and will involve also many other countries, especially the Europe.
You think Europe can step up and voice their, take up the role as a mediator in this? Why do you say so?
Well, as usual, because they have the interest, the most interest in having the Middle East stable, rather than all other countries. All other countries are away, farther from Europe, affected by this conflict. Arab countries are also affected, but they have the less to do, the least to do, when United States is committed or is involved.
Mr. Yassir, why do you say so? Why are nearby Arab countries, including Qatar, Oman, Jordan, those are usually the mediators for if things happen in the Middle East? Why can't they step up their roles?
Well, this is what we learned from the Arab countries, like Egypt, for example. Look at Egypt; it's close to Israel, and also there were some breaking of peaceful solution between Egypt and Israel, and Egypt never, it was expected that Egypt would interfere in Gaza, but they did not. So what about other countries less experienced in wars like the Gulf?
What about the United States? We know that aside from Israel and Iran, there's a third party, the United States. Trump is trying to frame frame himself as a peacemaker. He posted on his own social media, Truth Social, that the two sides have already agreed for a ceasefire. But just hours after he posted this, apparently this is where it goes, right? So tell us, what is the role of the United States here?
Well, I think the United States have made the maximum already. And maybe they would like to keep it this way. Okay, we have the United States, the president has made the decision, and he did already, and the United States force, have really exploded the 3 nuclear places of Iran, and maybe the United States more involvement would lead to less success than the success that is remembered by the people, especially the U.S. people.
Can the United States take up the role? Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Yassir.
No, the involvement of the United States was successful force-wise. They haven't, paid any losses so far, neither in life, neither in equipment. So maybe the more involvement they may have, the more, victims, like, any reaction in the United States itself, So this is why I think that the United States have done its part, and it will be on the other parties, to complete or to continue. And even though it would go other than expected by the United States, it would be acceptable by the United States. Because this victory, they would like to keep this victory as a lesson also to all the world.
Do you think the United States can take up the role as a mediator here?
Yes, I think, yeah, it has the capability, because even though Iran would not like it, but when Iran sees that all other countries agree to United States as mediator, they will accept it, even though they don't like it.
What about the United Nations? We know that yesterday the United Nations Security Council, they actually held an emergency meeting. Do you think the United Nations mean anything here?
Unfortunately, it is unfortunate, really, because the United Nations, the maximum action that it will take is through the council, through the council. The veto, where the United States can raise the veto. So what role it can the United Nations do other than speeches?
We know that
we haven't
sorry, go ahead.
Security Council. The maximum that can United Nations is the Security Council. And the Security Council, there are 5 countries, and one of them
permanent
is the
members.
United States. Permanent members, yes. And they will use their right of veto. And to my opinion, this right of veto must have been resolved long time ago, because it was initially agreed after World War, and we have more than 100 years, after the World War. So still now you cannot resolve any issue in the world with the presence of the veto of the permanent member in the Security Council. So United Nations understands that they have limits to do, limits by only making advices, speeches. Other than that, they cannot do.
So from Netanyahu's recent remarks, and he said Israel has pretty much achieved all of the objectives of its military actions. Do you agree with that? And of course, your main objective is to eradicating Iran's nuclear capabilities fully. Do you think they have really reached their objectives fully?
Even more.
We don't know that.
Even more. No, we know.
Even more. Oh, you said even more. Tell us about it.
Much more. Much.
By much more, what do you mean here?
Yeah. Again?
You said much more, right?
Again, please?
You said much more. To help us understand, what much more are we talking about here?
Well, this is related to the other party, really, which is Iran. Iran, was not, was not ready up to the level of the military forces of Israel. Military forces by means of, all the tools, including electronic devices, including information on the targets, etc. So since the war started, Iran didn't have more than the rockets, and that's why I think that Iran was not ready for this war. They thought they were ready, but unfortunately they were not. And this would answer your question about Israel, whether it achieved the goal or not. Maybe they have achieved more than what they were expecting.
And on top of that, I think
so
we're also talking.
If you allow me.
Sorry, go ahead.
If you allow me to elaborate on that, I think all Arab countries and all countries against Israel by means of supporting Palestine, they should rely on the right. So the right is shown in the Balfour Declaration 1917. And this was never used by the countries involved in the Middle East conflict over occupying Palestine. There were Palestine, in 1948, in 1947, in 1946. There were Jews in Palestine, and this declaration of 1917, which I call not a declaration, it's a contract of 1917 between Britain, a superpower, and the a party, which is the Zionist party. So it was, at the beginning, it was between a country, superpower country, and a party, which is the Zionist party. Later on, the United States joined to the favor of Israel. So the Arab countries, they have no, they cannot win the war by force. They have to win it by right.
So you would say peaceful negotiations will be the best for the Arab country, or specifically Iran this time?
Exactly. Exactly. Not only negotiation, but showing, putting, using the media as weapon rather than their weapon. Because their weapon, it is shown to us that it didn't help. neither the weapons in the Middle East, neither the weapon, in Iran. Because the United States is always ready to support Israel. So, on the other hand, we know that human right is respected in the United States, which is the enemy side. So why not using right by means of using the media, using the artificial intelligence now, using all possible other than the military force? Because military force, as we have experienced, it never helped. It will help Israel. It will not help the enemies of Israel.
So let's get back to the nuclear problem, because that's so to speak, as Benjamin Netanyahu said, that's their ultimate goal, is to eradicating Iran's nuclear capabilities. And I think the Iranian parliament, they said they are considering dropping off from the cooperation with IAEA. How do you assess of the fight this time in regards to the nuclear capabilities of Iran?
Well, it could be. Now we are talking, intelligence. It could be. And it could be to the favor of the United States also, to leave a place, a room, hope for Iranian to keep on with the nuclear issue. Because every 10 years or 20 years, they can use this, to attack or to weaken the enemies. It could be. We never know. We are talking about expectation as we analyze, the history with what is going on. So it is possible that, they will find a way, not only Iran, even the enemies of Iran will find a way to keep spending expenses and wealth of Iran on the nuclear issue, so that they will stay weak, for another battle after, long time, like 10 years or more than 10 years. As you know, the Middle East conflict, it has been going on for 100 years. What happened?
So it takes time to solve the problem. All right, thank you so much. That's Mr. Yassir. He's a senior political analyst from the Middle East. Thank you so much for joining us in this hour.
Thank you, too.
All right.
Thank you, too.
Thank you. That's our latest updates on the situation of the conflict between Israel and also Iran. Do stay with us, because we have more analysis coming up. Stay with us.
Now I have the opportunity to talk after just a few days. As Jonathan said this morning at 2 or 3 a.m., there were maybe the most, he said violent, but I want to say the most violent bombings and strikes of Israel carried out in city of Tehran, even in the west of Tehran, it was felt. And about your question about national security, because last night the situation was very scary and it was in a critical moment. But I think the situation is getting funny today, because in the morning, after those bombings in Tehran that felt he just across the city, we had the announcement from President Trump that there is a ceasefire. And then after the ceasefire, the Israelis said that Iran launched missile toward Israel. And after a few minutes, Iran's national TV said, no, we didn't launch missiles toward Israel. And Israel is still attacking us, was still attacking us until 9 a.m. this morning. So everything is very complex, and we don't know how it's going to be in the coming days or even hours. But as you said, the Supreme National Security said that they said implicitly that they have accepted the ceasefire and they have stopped the imposed aggression of the Israeli forces. But they have warned over and over, if the Israelis attack Iran again, there's going to be a firm response.
Well, Sapa, on Sunday, Iran's parliament voted to close the Strait of Hormuz, a vital global oil route. So does this ceasefire mean those plans are on hold?
Yeah, of course, even on Sunday I said that wasn't finalized, but that issue, closing of Hormuz Strait, was brought up in the National Commission of our parliament, so that wasn't finalized. But of course, with the ceasefire now in place, we're going to see much more developments even in the parliament. But again, I have to say that plan, the case for closing the Hormuz Strait, was not finalized even on Sunday. That the issue was just brought up in the National Security Commission. But again, we have to see what they will decide in the coming days.
Oh, thank you very much, Sepah Sarami, for bringing us up to date on the situation on the ground in Tehran. Now let's speak now to Mahdi Tehrani in the Iranian capital. He's the deputy of the International Affairs of the Islamic Motallakh Party of Iran. Welcome to our program. Since Israel launched its attack on Iran, Netanyahu touted destroying Tehran's nuclear program and mentioned a possible regime change. In your view, did Israel achieve its objectives in Iran?
Hello, in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. As you mentioned, the Israeli regime have the sentence that they will gonna destroy the nuclear program and also the missile program of Iran. I don't think any of them achieved, because after the first day that they hacked the program of the missiles of Iran and killed some of the famous of the military people of Iran. After the first day, we struck the Israeli with the missiles, and Iran used different kind of missiles during these 12 days. And as you see, there is nothing like the Iron Dome anymore in the Israeli regime. And many of the missiles reached to the city and reached to the targeted military points inside the Tel Aviv or other cities. And the missiles have gone to the major and important places inside there. So there is no dead end to the Iran's missiles program. And I think after these conflicts, absolutely Iran will force its military to do the strongest thing in this military situation about the missiles. And about the nuclear program, as you see that Iran shifted the nuclear materials from the sites before the U.S. and Israeli attacks, and they are in the safe place. As the international agency mentioned, there's nothing kind of radiations in these areas. So all of the nuclear materials moved to safe places, and all of the knowledge and the knowledge-based things are in the minds of Iranian scientists, so there is no dead end to the nuclear program of Iran.
Well, Mr. Tehrani, from your observation, following the U.S. intervention and escalation of this conflict, is it still possible for Trump to secure a nuclear deal with Iran?
You know, there is no trust in President Trump, and there is no trust in U.S. Sentence inside Iran. After these attacks, most of the Iranian people are more united than before. And many of the Iranian people talk about that there is no trust in Trump. In the last week, he said many different things every night. He talked about the regime change in Iran. He talked about the 2 weeks of the time that he will give to diplomacy, but after 2 nights, he attacks the 3 military and nuclear sites in Iran. It was not right that he told that we will give diplomacy 2 weeks. It was a lie about giving the diplomacy 2 weeks, and it was lie about the other things that he said. So absolutely there is no trust, and if there will be any negotiations in the future, Iran must absolutely emphasize on the situation and emphasize on the conditions that nothing ever like this will happen in the future. Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much, Mahdi Tehrani, Deputy of the International Affairs of the Islamic Mutawallah Party of Iran. Thank you very much for your insights. And Asia shares rose while oil and gold prices slumped as the ceasefire between Iran and Israel goes into effect. Tokyo's Nikkei stock index rose 1.14% from previous trading day, and in Hong Kong, stocks ended higher with the benchmark Hang Seng up.
persisted until the final moments, with both sides launching significant attacks just before 4 a.m. local time deadline. Intense fighting continued through Monday, including an Iranian strike on U.S. military base in Qatar late that day. This attack spurred rapid diplomatic efforts involving Iran, Qatar, Israel, and the U.S., ultimately leading to the ceasefire agreement. In the hours leading up to the deadline, Israeli drone strikes targeted locations across Iran, including parts of the capital Tehran and northern and western regions. 2 Iranian nuclear scientists were killed on the conflict's final day. Only minutes before the deadline, Iran launched ballistic missiles at southern Israel, marking a final exchange in this round of hostilities. Following the truth, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on his X account that Iran has no intention to continue its response if Israel ceases its aggression. Just hours after the ceasefire began, Israel accused Iran of violating the truce and threatened retaliatory strikes against Tehran. This accusation casts immediate doubt on the ceasefire's durability. The critical question remains, can this fragile ceasefire hold, or will the threat of renewed strikes plunge the region back into conflicts? The situation remains highly volatile. Ehsan Kevani, CGTN, Yazd.
We spoke earlier with Mahdi Tehrani, Deputy of International Affairs at Iran's Islamic Mu'talifa Party. He said Iran has lost trust in the United States and will not halt its nuclear program. Listen.
Iran shifted the nuclear materials from the sites before the U.S. and Israeli attacks, and they are in a safe place. As the international agency mentioned, there's nothing kind of radiations in these areas. So all of the nuclear materials move to safe places, and all of the knowledge and the knowledge-based things are in the minds of Iranian scientists, so there is no dead end to the nuclear program of Iran. There is no trust in President Trump, and there is no trust in U.S. Sentence inside Iran. After these attacks, most of the Iranian people are more united than before. We talked about the regime change in Iran. It was a lie about giving the diplomacy 2 weeks. So absolutely there is no trust. And if there will be any negotiations in the future, Iran must absolutely emphasize on the situation and emphasize on the conditions that nothing ever like this will happen in the future. Absolutely.
CGTN's Shahper Sarami spoke to an Iranian Red Crescent Society official, Ali Musundian, on the organization's engagement with international prosecutors regarding alleged violations of humanitarian law in the Israel-Iran conflict.
We have some sessions with the president of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Also, we previously reported to them, submitted some reports outlining the violations of international humanitarian law, especially those enshrined in the Geneva Conventions, additional protocols. So also we submitted a report to the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court in the ICC, where the Iranian society as an NGO submitted some information to them regarding the violations of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. It is true that the ICC may not exercise its jurisdiction over this case because it lacks territorial and personal jurisdiction, but we exercised our right to inform them of the violations of international criminal law and also the IHL.
Can you tell us about the casualties and anything that you have done with your rescue teams? And are they on the ground now? Have you witnessed any casualties yourself?
Yeah, you know, when I take down the stairs, immediately I saw many of the ambulances of the Iranian Red Crescent Society. The firefighters came in, also the police. That area, I think there was the police command of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is located there. And also I have to mention that in the vicinity of our area, there are at least 3 main hospitals. Khatam al-Anbiya Hospital, Raja'i Hospital, and also other hospitals located there. We were, in a very good health, I mean ourselves, evacuated from that building, but I don't know what was going on to the sick that were under operation maybe or were hospitalized during that area. And you know that according to Geneva Conventions and customary international humanitarian law, targeting places in the vicinity of hospitals which can have collateral damage also to the hospitals is strictly prohibited. But this happened for so many times. Maybe you have heard that previously a hospital called Farabi in Kermanshah was targeted. Also another hospitals, the same medical unit, I don't remember the name exactly, but the same medical unit in the same city was targeted by Israel recently.
Thailand has closed the border crossings into Cambodia to almost all travelers, citing security concerns as tensions between the two Southeast Asian neighbors continue to rise. The Thai military says exemptions will be made only for humanitarian reasons, subject to approval by checkpoint authorities. The closure follows recent armed clashes along the border, which left 1 Cambodian soldier dead late last month.
the inspectors to come, at least for now. So we know the capability, maybe practically speaking, has been degraded in terms of weeks or months, but we certainly know that Iran has mines, the huge stockpile, and also the knowledge.
In your judgment, then, what happens next in the coming days and weeks?
Well, both sides will prepare. First of all, the Israelis will understand that the only way to remove the threat that comes from Iran is to change the ruling system. Because as long as there is this ideology and this animosity toward Israel and the support of all the allies in the Middle East, the Iranians will continue pursuing an improvement of their missile capability. We've seen at least 4 or 5 type of different missiles that for Israel was impossible to intercept. They are hypersonic with multi-warhead, not cluster bomb, completely different. It's a technology that exists only in a few countries around the world. And we have seen how Iran is going to learn from all the mistakes, but also the Israelis. And because the sabotage operation in Iran were very efficient, I think the Iranians will start cleaning their home and the Israelis will start increasing the infiltration to try and change something in the ruling system. But at the same time, the ceasefire is very unclear. Will Israel retain the possibility and the right to go and bomb Iran whenever it wants, like it is doing in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, and Syria? Or will this ceasefire hold, and how long? There are many unanswered questions. I think the clock is ticking now.
Elijah, good to see you. Thank you for that. Elijah Magnier, the security analyst, talking to us from Brussels. You're watching CGTN. Still ahead, we're in Doha next as the Gulf Cooperation Council holds an emergency meeting following Monday's attack by Iran on the US base in Qatar.
her little legs could carry her into the safety of her father's arms. Her mother followed breathless. Just hours earlier, they were fleeing bombs.
You know, war isn't good. It's very bad. My family is there now. My mother, my brother, my friends, everyone I love is still there. But I had to come here for my husband and my son.
They escaped in silence, but war follows every step. Her daughter too young to understand the explosions, but old enough to feel the fear.
My daughter was asleep during the blast. She didn't understand what was happening. I held her ears so she wouldn't hear it. Thank God she didn't understand.
Across Turkey's eastern frontier, scenes like these are multiplying. Iranian civilians have been caught in the blast radius of the airstrikes, physically and emotionally.
I know people who were affected by strikes on nuclear facilities. I spoke to one or two of them. They said the damage wasn't catastrophic, but still some key sites were hit. The problem is that around those sites there are innocent civilians, children. Some of them were martyred in the attack.
Here at the Kabakoy border crossing, the flow of people continue quietly and steadily. The Iranian authorities have remained largely quiet of the full extent of the strikes. But the stories that people share coming through this border crossing reveal a harsh reality. And for many, the sound of the explosions have now become part of daily life.
Explosion happens, but you are just afraid the sound because it's really scary, but you're just going to used to it, It's becoming some kind of habit.
A habit no one should have to learn. As the international community scrambles for de-escalation, those on the run are just hoping for one thing: peace. At the border between war and refuge, hope is fragile, but still alive.